Hey everybody, how's it going? We're back with some more of the Great SNES RPG Challenge with Mystic Arc. I ended up doing a late start because, of course, I was going to start an hour ago, which is still pretty late doing my usual stream times, but I was just kind of chilling for the most part. But of course, that's when work happens, and that's when it's actually been pretty active and still doing some work, so there's going to be some pauses, but it's something I could be able to multitask at the very least. So it's like, it is what it is, I guess. Just take what I could get, sort of energy. So let's just get ourselves started here. And hey, and I just also realized as I started the streaming, and it's also just going to add probably to the. I'm not sure how long I'm going to be streaming today because tonight is daylight savings. That means that around 2 o'clock it's going to jump suddenly to 3 o'clock, and I'm like, oh, that's just going to kind of mess things up a little bit. Everyone's losing the sleep time. And I gotta wake up my dad, who has one alarm around 3 o'clock, and I'm like, okay, we gotta fix this a little bit. So, oh, or maybe it's gonna be okay if it's just gonna jump. No, the alarm won't automatically change it. The clock won't automatically change to 3 as has an older one. So yeah, I should wake him up around 2, and hopefully I remember. But he should have he should have the alarm set on the phone. And it goes, Grumpy. How are you doing today? Hope you're doing good. So let's see how long we do. Because there's a fair chance we might beat this tonight, but I should have started it earlier. And I just kind of realized, especially with daylight savings time, like I wouldn't mind streaming past 2, but if it's going to jump suddenly from 2 to 3, that's just going to be maybe a bit much. It really depends how long this current world goes. Maybe I'll just look things up. I barely did Path of Exile. I did it for like one day and I felt overwhelmed. And I like Diablo-esque games, but I just didn't get very far. And I just feel like maybe if I focused on, don't focus on meta, I might be screwed. And then not even sure how far I'd go with the game. So I think it was leaning towards here. Remember lastly. Alright, so fair enough. Yeah, maybe one day. Alright, I can't auto with Lux. Because he'll just burn the MP. Yeah. And most of my gaming leisure time has just mostly been retro achievement grinds. Because I just like building up my little completion wall. I haven't done much leisure modern gaming, though I still collect some things here and there. Alright, get him a sandwich. My item shop. These guys aren't too bad so far. Oh yeah, so we gotta get a sandwich. There's another path. And timer, of course. Oops. Just for a few minutes. 5 minutes or so is not a big deal. Not much, bro. How are you doing today? It's going okay-ish. And I hope you're doing well. Alright, so let's rest and try to get a sandwich. And see any more tasks. Okay, now, yeah, not surprising. It just popped up only for an hour. Yeah, I have some store-bought chili at the moment. And there may be some whole food soup in the fridge. Alright, maybe here. And just to kind of get moving along, especially if I want to finish, let's look it up quick. Okay, that's oddly specific. It's like, okay, I don't recall a hint about it at all. So that's just very arbitrary. I probably should have examined that tree because it stands out from the others, but let's say I did this one, which, okay, also did it. And the sandwich is not a candy. Yeah, sure. Hmm. Thanks, friend. Okay, I see a pathway. I gotta remember this one. I hope. Need a better AoE heal. The place is pretty big. That awkward silence. I should probably run away from this fight because this is a nasty one. What do we got here? Nani? Alright. Not too bad. Get a safe state just in case. If it was tougher, I would have brought along Mace here. That darkness fellow. What a pest. First I gotta get that treasure. I'm not even sure who would use it. I'll let it be then. Just want to check the cave a bit. Yeah, that's not where it came from, so you know what, let's just go back to town. To the tinkle. Let's talk to the king. The naked king. Sweet. That sound just sometimes startles me. Don't mess with goblins. We learned that through Goblin Slayer. Hey, this armor's actually pretty good. Okay, good. Because I don't remember the symbols. Core Forest. And let's go try to talk to Grandma if we get anything, or just see what she says. Should be over here. Maybe see if we get invisible. Okay, there we go. So it's kind of like I was in World 2, but in Hidden Pathways. Damn, that feels bad. I was just playing unlucky, and now we know the Medusas can do that, or the Medusa-looking enemies. The instant-death ability in this is scary. Yeah, the scary one is just the instant death. Could also gone full atomic. I have no idea where I'm going though. Just winging it. You shall not pass. Hey, false alarm. That's probably the Tower of Oz. Yeah, this. She's the most dangerous. And that could be a little bit lazier. Yeah, it's a bit risky. Very good. I'm gonna safety safe state here because I don't want to worry about insta death and just go all the way back. And I wasn't sure how far along I am with this confusing forest, or if I died, I probably would just look up the map next time. That's what I should do. Instead of worry about reset. Oh, and I think I'm gonna end this loop. Mm-hmm. Okay, but that might be an endless loop now. In here. That's a big old beetle. What else can do? Yeah, let me just do a quick check. I'm gonna have to go back here a little later. Maybe just say like, hey, we found a lion, not a goblin. Hey, who this? Hey, Asher. How you feeling today? I saw your post earlier, and I hope things go well, health-wise. Hey, welcome to my little domain, just chilling, playing through a bunch of SNES RPGs. Okay, got the thing. Yeah, I have him on the table. Here he is. Still working on Nemesis. I haven't worked on him this week. Thought I was going to work on it yesterday, but I was just sidetracked by playing the retro achievements. Yeah. It's partly why I have such a backlog. Yeah, I rarely do the decals, or the stickers rather, most of the time. Water decals I usually just do if it comes with it, or pre-orders. I did do them for the perfect grade. The stickers I usually just put in the parts that I feel like is visually distinctive, not all the little details. Otherwise, like with these hands over here, it's like just, I don't have that dexterity. Yeah, I've done markers once for one of the HGs, but that's mostly it. Otherwise, it's like I rarely do them. Okay, and you meant stickers. Alright, let's see how it goes here. Neat. Where'd that boat come from? There we go. Okay, maybe not here. Okay, not here. Maybe over there. Like I have any idea where I'm going. There's a lot of encounters bunched up there. Go full atomic. Ew, ew, ew. I meant to switch. And that's not it, but we got a thing. Probably not much of a thing. He already kind of lost. You know what? I guess I'm just feeling kind of hasty. Ah, crap. Got me again. I lost all that money. It's a shame. Gotta get my bearings. Do-do-do-do-do-do. For now. So maybe here is where I didn't go. Okay, we're going somewhere. Mm-mm. Keep going for the main character. In somewhere. Nice try. But all the heavy XP, I've been barely leveling so far today. $43,000 seems so far away. Yeah. Now, hopefully the red dungeon doesn't spiral out of control. Now what do we have here? Or just decoration? Up and up we go. I have no use for those. Part of me, I'm being quiet. Just not much going on at the moment with the game, and And much to really comment on. Hope everyone's doing good in the meanwhile. Ba-dum. How's it going, Tetrium? And what were you playing today? Hope you're doing good, and welcome, Zune. Welcome, Zune. Okay, you beat my Arts and Alico one. I never got far in it. Like, I played it before around the time it came out, but it wasn't really that much of it. Maybe a quarter of the way. What's going to be next on your hit list? And then just trying to double check my audio balance. Just might have to let retro arc a little bit. Secret, you have to count the votes? Okay. Yeah, it'd be Secret of Mana. Okay, gotcha. Well, maybe have fun with the next one, whatever it may be. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, most of me is just kind of focusing on this. I finish it tonight, otherwise next stream. Yeah, they were both good. Been a few years since I played Vagrant Story. That's also a solid choice. So, hope you enjoyed our Arts and Alco. Or congrats on surviving it if he wasn't vibing with it. Whichever applies more. Okay. Good soundtrack, though. That's perfectly fair. I wasn't vibing with it too much, but I appreciate the concepts and the music and such. Hey, you made it. Yeah, social anxiety sucks lying. Just for in case. Paris gave Oz the letter from the king. Okay. Legacy of Dorothy Gale. Oops. Let's warp. Oz was mistaken. Unless there's another Gretel. Don't even know what it does. Maybe this. Damn. Maybe yes way. Gotta go bother pesky Taylor. We gotta go find the pesky NPC. You have to press something. Need one new NPCs. How dare he? Honk. Single vine extended from the trunk. I didn't see any vine. Needs for the other world. Thanks, pal. Maybe the Taylor's back in the inn. Yeah, it's the Cinderella room. Fine, you'll do it. You'll sit down for a little while today. Hey, Raptured. How's it going? Yeah, I think you're like 1 hour, less than 1 hour sitting in the past 3 days, standing, kneeling. Well, that sounds a little hardcore, but it's not my place to judge. Just, hope you'll do okay. Time to rest, big boy. Well, joke's on you, Kurtz. I'm always resting. Maybe too much. And I'll probably just take a rest break in a few minutes. How's it going? Mm-hmm. Maybe invisible guy's here. We'll try a bit, then I'll probably just look it up. Yeah. Yeah, chill. Whatever works for you, just be okay. That's all. Mimi's in the house. Alright. So go to Three Piggies next. No, that didn't work. Oh, to the right side. Over here. Oh, wait. Right to Cinderella. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Right. Yeah, just gotta be an NPC fetch quest. Yeah. All that for basically nothing. Help. I'm stuck. Ball. Excuse me with all the yawning. Let's take a break in a bit. I think he might be dead. Nah. Fine. Don't judge a book by its cover, kids. That's a fairy godtailor. Fairies gave the fancy white gown to Cinderella. Hey, he's a tailor, not a cobbler. Wrong room. Alright, what about the shoes? Hmm. Gotta get the good old runaround. So apparently the glass spell is in a completely different world, and I'm just thinking how you would find out in the game. Yeah, like I don't remember the clue of that at all, so it'd be like this very arbitrary thing. But maybe there was something and I just completely forgot. But for now, I'm gonna give myself a bit of a break. So I'll be back in a couple of minutes. Here we go. Okay, I'm back. I was just resting a little bit after cleaning up in bathroom. So let's get ourselves going. I'm glad you're enjoying yourself with the music. Let's get back here. Just dragging the fan my way. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Wait, Kurt, you're supposed to only be here with grading when I'm playing grading music. Isn't that how it works? That's what you end up stumbling upon a lot of times. Back to ambience. No, over here. Yeah, that was a very special OST. Kirch is referring to Inindo, Way of the Ninja. Alright, so for whatever reason, supposed to get the glass, well, let's just do this. It's kind of random, or just this is just padding. Gotta look for those invisible stairs. Let me see if I could do without you getting the map. There we go. Oh yeah. I need friends. That would help. Keep putting in the wrong menu. Hey Millie, how's it going? Wait, not this way. I think it's something along the lines of this. Yeah, they don't feel that much stronger here. Just laying around. Fair enough, fair enough. Take it easy. to get out of my way here. Hey, it's just a little confusing. There we go. That should be it. Yeah, this is definitely confusing. This one had just a special herb, so nothing special. Now remember, I think this floor is the lower right corner when I checked it. Sorry, so Landale beat Wild Arms Alter Code F, so I'm just giving them the GG. Oh. Well, just for now. And we're gonna losing them when we infuse. I forgot how to reach there. And then rather just run. Just do this, getting it over with. There we go. And surprise encounter. Alright, so let's go back. No, that's not the place. Whoops. Sometimes I'm just mixing my places up, or just keep thinking elsewhere. That's this way. No. Yeah. We gotta open it up. That was a silly side detour. Oh yeah, I forgot to get Lux. That's the thing. Yeah, pick up his figure again, and let me just clear also my inventory just in case. Just in case. Keep mixing up my areas or my mind just goes elsewhere. Right, I want to pick up this figure. Just what it says again. I'm gonna reorder the items. Do 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 do. Okay. Let's confuse the figures, otherwise I'd forget, because knowing me, pretty forgetful with this game. Not the best focused. Back to here. Don't remember exactly how I navigated here, but I just remember there was a big tree near the lion. And that was faster than I thought. As the glass ball rolled toward the tree, a huge mouth opened up from the base of the trunk. The tree swallowed up the ball. The tiny fruit slowly transformed into glass slippers. What size slippers will you select from the tree? Just right. And if I fail, we fail. Should reload that so we don't have to go back. Yeah, just a sec. Here's ski glass slippers, 7 AM adults of Cinderella. We did it. That was super exciting. And then there's this gal. Dancing hype. Uh-oh. Sorry, gotta go. I need to feed my pet dog. Well, I came to crash your party. Run away! This can't be. Yeah. We need an invisible cloak, apparently. Yeah, don't say that. Wait, I need to talk to the tailor. Yeah, I guess I gotta go back and look. Let's see then. Yeah, let's just gather a few hearts, it seems like. But Hey Landale, hey Shiro, hey Haunter, hey Sunfall. Congrats on beating the Ultra Code F. It's totally surprised that Demon Gaze won. How'd you like the game overall? What'd you rate it? And welcome to the Mystic Arc. Might be finishing this tonight, otherwise tomorrow. I'm surprised that Tales of Fantasia got as much votes as it did. Hey, Zero Dan, how you doing? Okay. Yes, it's a little rough around the edges, but still good. Like, I was lurking through most of it, so I didn't hear your opinions. Gotcha. Yeah, I'm just trying to conserve my points since the whole, what was it? The Time and Eternity versus Wizardry Wars. No, it's a robot. These are robot friend looks. Well, use the goose's heart. Okay, back here. So let's go back to the shrine. Might be poking around there. So yeah, looking forward to Demon Gaze, and I guess before that Magna Carta. I remember getting Magna Carta at the same time as Dragon Quest VIII, and they started both initially, but I finished 8. I didn't finish Magna Carta. I guess that might say something. I thought it was your vote that won Wizardry. It was a bit boring, and it was just much more engaging in Dragon Quest VIII. So that's really it. Not like I finished the leisure games that much, even if it's good. Larm's Heart. Yeah, basically. So when I was just buying both games, it was just like, yeah, the better game won. A JRPG. Like I'm pretty sure it was that. I guess we'll take that for now. I don't want to say too much by accident. Let Landale discover it, and me rediscovering the game when he plays it tomorrow. I also think I got the second game on cheap for 360, but never played that one. Also, Korean-style fan service. Since the character artist is Korean, and well, you'll see. Yeah, there you go. Something to look forward to. Yeah, name spoiled it. There are breasts. Yeah, I'm just being cheeky about it. It's like, damn, the game has boobs. Landale might have been surprised that the game had boobs. Yeah, well, you could have read the manual. Anyway, this game's just been a little bit of back and forth. Yeah, before I forget, because we just keep going back and forth. Yeah, it is the same developers. Well, you know that, yeah. And I'm not sure if it's exactly the same character because he's a robot. Could be a different Lux model. Or just the pure Easter egg. I completely forgot. We're gonna look that up if I remember to, out of my curiosity for, you know, research. Oh, okay. Still, Blade was a fun game, just, you know, very modest. Yeah, there's more. That was just those three. I must have missed one when I was just glancing through the guide. Let's see. F's heart. I do. I thought that was elsewhere. Didn't realize I got it. More backtracking. It's quick backtracking, but still. There we go. As in the Japanese language. Get 'em. Like, I played through visual novels from time to time, though mostly more popular cult status stuff. And one day I like to get back into Fate. That just was into it for a while, then just wasn't in the mood. There's just a lot going on, and it is pretty slow paced, but I was engaged in it. Yeah. It's a lengthy, slow burn, and yeah. Just to gauge your taste, I'm curious, Kirch, what's your favorite visual novels? Or rough favorites? Like, I'm generally bad at pointing out favorites of my favorite games and such in general, but it's fairly easy for me with VNs. But I want to hear your answer first. No, you're not being judged. Well, I'm not judging you. I don't know about name. Not familiar with Ubisoft, or maybe I know the titles of their games, but not the company. The backtracking. Oh, I love Stuns Gates. That's one of my personal favorites. And my other favorite is House and Fata Morgana. What helps is the OSTs are really good. So it just really hits me hard. So those are my recommendations if you want to check those out. And for the more comedic one that I think I like, and it's also part puzzle game, 428 Shibuya Scramble is one of my favorites also. That's a fun one. I am intrigued by the name, you know, just research. Yeah, the name could be a lie and just a deceptive marketing. Isn't it basically prison school? What I know. Okay. I haven't seen in a while, so let me just save state. Boulder Sky, I feel like I've heard that, but I'm not familiar with it. And let me dig up some of the VNs I have on hand. I also recommend. Remember I was digging out some VNs just to kind of share with a friend my collection, but I must have put away some of them. I never tried No Sleep for Konami Date, but I like the first two games. And I'm kind of weird where I like to separate pure VNs with stuff like more interactive elements, like I call those graphic adventures. Like Ace Attorney games and the Zero Escape games and AI. Though this has some interactive elements, like treat like a puzzle game with the routing. This is the good one. I remember playing this a few years ago. That was fun. They'll use live actions stills instead of 2D graphics. Do you play Otome games at all? Like, I played them from time to time as sort of a guilty pleasure, though, you know, I'm a straight guy. I could just detach myself with a good narrative or fun characters. Yeah, I'm not so much into relating for the main character. I'm just thinking of watching or I guess reading an anime and just trying to see how the heroine does things and how the guys are, and just being detached about the process. Like, I'll just go pick out the guy that just seems to have the fun quirks and aesthetically pleasing. Yeah, with some of the VNs, it's like I only do one route and then call it. That's what I usually do with the Otome games I've played so far. My favorite probably being this one called Variable Barricade, or It's Just Funny. Yeah, that sounds sensible. Really does want me to stream some VNs on stream, but the problem is I don't like to read out loud, and not every one of them has voice acting, so it's kind of like, that's just gonna be a boring stream. That's why it's just easier for me to do something like, you know, an Ace Attorney game or something. Oh yeah, that one on PSP, I forgot what it was. I played a little bit of that. Had some fun with it, but didn't get far. And there's another I like to kind of get back into one day. I just thought it was too much of a slow burn, or I was not engaged in this slow burn. I never actually seen much of the anime either. Yeah. That's so. I'd like to, though. We got a limited edition. Yeah, it's emotionally wrecked, yeah. I mean, I've played... my favorite VNs just really were depressing in moments. They got me very emotional, like Steins Gate and Fata Morgana. Yeah, that's why I feel like it's very important for a good VN to have a strong soundtrack or just something mentally gripping. At least that's important for me. On top of narrative and good artwork and all that stuff. Yep. Like, I'm intrigued by Fate, what I've read, played so far. I've just been very sidetracked easily. Like, I'm bad with leisure gaming, so I just don't stress finishing, just enjoying the ride. Yeah, I'm kind of curious too. What else? What else? Yeah, most of my leisure gaming time is just mostly messing with retro achievements and just kind of completing shorter games. Or softcore masteries. And I'm not sure if I want to get back to some VNs. I'd rather start from the beginning or continue, because that's gonna be hard if I continue midway after a long time, but I just might be able to pick up on things okay. I've heard of that one. Gotcha. I didn't actually mean. I didn't intend to make it a pun, but it just sort of happened that way. Sometimes I just randomly get VNs on sale or for cheap because I like collecting them, and the Switch is a great platform for them, or something portable. Like, handhelds are much better for visual novels than a console one, where you can just really pick up and play very easily and just be comfortable. What are some of the ones I've randomly picked up? Like, on the sale. Kinda got me in the mood. Mystic Heart can wait. Yeah, I'm not an organized person whatsoever, but I just thought I usually put my newer stuff around nearby, but I must have put it away somewhere already. Yeah. Yeah, very entertaining stream. Where did I even put my controller? Oh, the controller's over there. Let's see, some other VNs I like or want to continue at some point. This is the Otome game I've mentioned. This is a funny one. Variable Barricade. I still want Drimzen to play it one of these days. She's much more of the Otome queen. And does full completion runs. I think this was the last one that finished, this random one called Fatal 12. It was pretty good. It's a death game kind of story, but it just feels like it didn't flesh things out deep enough. It felt a little rushed, but it was a pretty decent romp. Cared enough for at least to get to the end. And quick to do all the routes. Yeah, fair. I like to collect them on Switch, like I said, so there's just a lot of random ones I haven't really heard of, but it's like, hey, cool. It's cheap enough, it's on sale, why not? And sometimes I pick them up randomly in limited run games. Another modern one, Yume Sutsu. Basically, we keep it simple, at least it seems to be 2 games. The first one I was playing is just cute girls doing game development. Yeah. Yeah, that's why I've mostly been going for either random stuff or otherwise some cult following ones. That's why I like the Steins Gate Fata Morgana. I did do the first Chaos Head. There was Chaos Head Noah, which I've never done. And Chaos Head in particular was an interesting one. But I didn't care enough to do multiple routes of it. I was just partly curious because, you know, I like Steins Gate. I want to see the previous work. Yeah, fair. I keep calling the special weapons the D sword, and it becomes like, man, she has a big D sword. And I'm also one of those people that are just not that fussy on localizations. Like, I feel like one of the big stinks about it was just the official localization was and maybe just me being ignorant and stuff. I thought it was just fine. Could be better, sure. Maybe I'm not aware, but I had a good time with it. Never did robotics. No, their third science game. I just realized I just get up random Switch games, but it's still sealed up. Not like I'm planning to sell it or anything. It just feels like, lazy. Yeah, maybe there's a classic VN that has a retro achievement set or something. That'll get me into it. Something I could just an old school VN I could probably play on this. And get easy mode Chivos. But probably not. Emulation devices. Wouldn't a lot of them be? I'm a Trails fan though, so I have no right to criticize really about editing, even if I also agree it could be a bit much dialogue-wise. Just kind of like, eh. Oops, I actually hit the delete button. Shit, the whole game's erased. No name. Shit, you spoiled the game, the name for game number 14. They weren't ready to announce it. Nope, there's 13. Beyond the Horizon is number 13. They're remaking number 2 this year. Well, they probably make it up to Cold Steel 3 is probably the baseline, so probably the first 7. I feel like it's been more than 3 hours. Yeah, I remember you were in your I still remember you were being on the trail journey and then Cold Steel killed you. Seen Steins Gate, and I mean, that was good after I played the visual novel. I kind of want to see Steins Gate's here, but I'd rather want to play the VN of it first. To get the full story, even the filler. I did play partially through it, then just got sidetracked. I have it for Vita. Somewhere over there. 4 is the better version of 2. But I kind of realized through 2 and 4 that I just like the Trails games that are actually more linear. I feel like it helps the pacing better. Even though the series is not known for its pacing or anything, but I just feel like there's a tighter focus in comparison. With character moments, slice of life moments, story beats. So I like 1 and 3 over 2 and 4. Don't forget fishing. And fishing minigames and RPGs are my guilty pleasure. And then I'll do real life fishing. It's just kind of one of those things where I feel grossed out just trying to catch fish and get them stuck in hooks in real life and try to take them out. It feels more zen doing it in a video game form. Yeah, Puyo was fun. And the card game was a lot of fun. Those are my favorite minigames of the series by far. They should have imported them to Calvert. I guess you could YouTube them. It's not the same, but you know, if you really are desperate, and then skip over to other games. I like Green. I guess I could empathize with his insecurities and issues in that aspect. I feel like, yeah, I feel you, bro. And I don't mind the Gary Stu aspects. He's a very divisive man. Still never really bugs me. No, he's friends with the other Lloyd Bannings of Zero and Azure. I was just fine with him, but I'm not gonna argue against it. Blanc even in Zero and Azure? He was not there in person. Yeah, I'm just kind of being on autopilot while we're just going through this kind of monotonous dungeon. Yeah, just I feel like the discourse around trails and the criticism just gets a little much for me, and it's nothing personal, of course. Like, Cold Steel just really makes me feel so divisive about things. Like, something about Cold Steel makes a lot of people angry, and when they're not normally angry. And they'll mess that up. Fine. That's my mistake. Yeah, the XP and all, so it's not that much of a waste, but still. That was a bit of a drag and I almost was done. And sorry if I was discouraging from the discussion or discourse. It just feels like things that bug you don't bug me, and that's really it. Yeah, just kind of knowing I have to try to get back to the Oz Tower. Remember also this, I'm also a very insecure person that if I like something that majority of people don't, or at least in my surroundings, I just feel like second guessing myself all the time, especially with strong voices and criticisms, so, you know. I was just holding back. Yeah. Mm-hmm. It's very divisive. There's just a lot of toxicity around the games when I was observing it, to the point where, yeah, I could acknowledge its flaws and all, and has issues, but just even enjoying it just kind of feels like it just sucked the fun out of it, because there's just a lot of people that just constantly shit on it so much, even decent parts just feel soured, and I rarely feel that way with other games and series. Like, just really, really get into negative space. I'm just a little sensitive about that in particular. And I hate that I feel like I'm censoring or silencing folk. It's just more like, I just try to step away. And also partly when Cold Steel, the Trail series localized from Nisa to XE to Nisa, there was just full-on toxicity around that too, where it's like, yeah, Nisa had its issues, though I always felt like they were good with their first-party stuff, but hit or miss with third-party. Yeah, that's the other extreme you deal with Kirch, where it's just like toxic positivity of that, whereas I deal with the toxic negativity, and there's lack of middle ground fans. Well, that's one problem, Reddit. And I shouldn't lurk at Reddit, but I lurk at Reddit too much and doom scroll myself. That's a big problem, especially with, you know, reality of, you know, politics and stuff. I never talk on Falcon Reddit or any major fandom sites. For any of my Trails discussions, I just hang out on Twitch, the streamer Discords. Or DMs. But my suggestion is, if you're really curious enough to at least see the series, or at least play the later games and don't want to miss out, yeah, maybe just YouTube it. Would be shorter than playing through it. or look up synopsises or something like that. I rarely do that myself. I'm just saying, you know, maybe it'll work for someone else. Yeah, I'll be to just keep things in perspective. The trailisms never go away, but how you feel about the characters, narrative, and moments and stuff can vary. Like, the current arc has more of a mature bent to it, though it still has its trailisms and fun moments. And I wouldn't say it's a very heavier tone, but I would just think it's more, it just tackles more a bit of adult themes. For starters. Chosen One, yeah, in a different sense. They're more like kind of cool power. And he's kind of like the protagonist we follow, but he's not, in a way, the main character. It's someone else's. He's less of a Boy Scout than Lloyd and Reen, though he's still a good kid. And he's 25 years old. Yeah, like the guy is the current protagonist is a good man, but he's less, you know, fixated on rules and morals and stuff. Just can get his dance dirty a little bit if needed. Ian has some very defined interests and tastes that, you know, he nerds out about if you want some little bit of characterness. Nope. His car, sweets, and baths. Hmm? Yeah. Okay, maybe, what if I paid you $2 a game? Would that motivate you? Yeah, I just wanted to see how you respond. And I'll just say this, and I don't want to, you know, be like, you know, if it's not for you, and you make the decision if you really just want to continue or not. That's nothing nothing's that no series is worth that stressing over. I feel like I'm barely paying attention to this game because I'm just sort of on autopilot doing this dungeon. Yeah, like, I like the series a lot, but I've kind of learned how, you know, not a lot of people do. Not a few people that I know do, and I'm just here like, okay, I'm trying to be respectful and mindful of the taste and not be blind fanboy. Nor gatekeep saying something like start from the beginning. Like I would tell if people are new to the series, pick out an arc you like. Don't, strip. And if you want to go backwards, you could just do so afterwards if you'd like to know more. Yeah, I try to, yeah, sure, it's a good idea, but with a long series like that, with long games, it's like, no. Yeah, just at least start an arc. That's all I'll really say. Yeah, that's a peak for a lot of other people I know, and for them it went all downhill from there. Whereas, I kind of keep it a little even. Or maybe sometimes I feel like the negativity of attached to this series sometimes kind of sour to my enjoyment when I just keep thinking about the drama surrounding it, the places I've lurked. And I just take things too personal, even if indirect. But that's a me problem. And how I just kind of latch onto things, really. Yep. Like, it definitely went on more anime in the later after Azure, or just applying to the modern anime tropes of those times. Where I guess you could say the first 5 games are a little more grounded. Why is the lack of isekai tropes or stories? Because Falcon seems to like to latch onto whatever the anime trope is of the time and apply their own take on it for their game since '90s. I've never seen Sword Art Online, and I like shonen in general. Just one of those series I just never felt that curious enough to check, but maybe one day just for the hell of it. Just to at least have an understanding of it better. My own curiosity. I'd rather be reading manga than watching anime series. It's just faster to get through. I don't know if what's the origin point of Sword Art Online. If it's a light novel series that turn anime, or a manga series that turn anime. I heard of one of the Sword Art Online games had really bad translation. Hi Heidelin, hi Zen, how you doing? What was it? Phantasmagoria or Phantocyte or whatever it was, I forget the name. The one that starts with a P. I'm much more curious about the second game because from what I've heard, that's less horror, more just mystery. Paranormal Site, yeah. How was that one so far? And you missed out on the visual novel talk earlier. It's too late. We were just randomly talking VNs while playing this like half hour ago. Yeah, just mostly like, yeah. Oh. Yeah, Kirsch likes VNs, and we're just talking about what we like and stuff. He likes Chaos Head. I still say, I like Steins Gate and Fata Morgana. And I was just bringing out some random VNs I got on Switch. And one day, Zen, I'd still like you to check this out. The older variable barricade. The funny old Tommy game. Unless you did and never knew. Yeah. No. You have to check the doors. I don't want to go around. And it'd be fun to hang out and do a visual novel again, hangout thing. I've just been barely in the mood for it and just lack of time. Well, I have time, but it just basically, I just feel like doing something else all the time. Or random work, you know. Those were good days, though. Maybe one day again. I guess I'll just save state here if that's what I needed. Or if I have to look for a figure. Yeah, I mean, just us hanging around, even if it's just in my Discord or maybe your Discord. Because it's like, you know, I haven't played a Deviant in a while, even though I've been playing other stuff. Mystic Arc is a very interesting turn-based RPG for the Super Nintendo. Have you ever heard of Seventh Saga? Yeah, where is everyone? Yeah, I just don't know when, but hopefully I'll let you know. Or something maybe I play on the handheld again for myself. Maybe look for a very old school one that could do retro achievements as well. Kill two birds with one stone if I'm still into that. Yeah, I've played it a few years ago, and I have watched one streamer just playing that again recently. This is just basically the successor to it, a better refined version. That's why I was asking. And I'm just thinking. I'm just looking at the guy right now just to kind of get moving, especially since I feel like been getting sidetracked and not been doing that well in the game. There's a small possibility I might finish this tonight. Depends how the later parts go. This last world's supposed to be short with a long last boss. Just things might be thrown a little wrench since I didn't stream earlier and got daylight savings later. Hey, no healing. And I thought it was a scarf, but yeah, let's go with Tentacle Lady. More fun that way. No, it's a tentacle now. Let's establish that. Have I leveled up at all? Feels like it's been forever. Hmm. Oh, equipment. Now for ambience. Yeah, we're getting there. Okay to be. Yes, let's press the button. We did the thing. Yeah, there's 3. I'm just getting myself confused. I think this is new. Nope. Not for me. That's a lot of enemies. Basically, the middle character I'm playing as, and a bunch of other characters got trapped into this other world. Most of the other characters turn into these little figurines, except you, who somehow breaks free of the curse. So you're just trying to find these MacGuffins called arcs and traveling to different worlds to try to get back home. It's much more of a world-building sort of story than anything character-centric. Of visiting all these different quirky worlds. Like, I'm in this fairy tale world right now. Whereas there was other worlds like, the Sandy world where just two groups of cats were in eternal war. Or another world where everyone lives inside of giant fruits. Kind of little silly things like that. Look, it's a good time. It's a good 4 out of 5 game. It just does feel like a drag at times and for a lot of backtracking. Right now I'm just trying to figure things out. Where exactly to go next? Maybe I missed it. Maybe this is the way. But they're being part of the party and the others don't talk or anything, so it's just all NPCs in the areas. Since the game trolling. I'm just winging it, not sure where I'm going at the moment. I'll look up map if necessary. But this... Okay. You got a thing. But that extra light damage. It's starting to feel hot here. And it burning. Well, we'll get slower and slower and slower, but we're also pretty close to the end. Hmm? Just remain an old man. Oh, it's one of the kitsunes. Kill him. Hopefully I don't need the Macia. The wrong tail, Sly. Shit, you've grinded. Anyways. Well, still just gonna try to move on ahead. How much money got now, anyways? Just in case. It seems we're in the right direction, at least. Just trying to minimize the encounters, maybe I run. I know there's a pretty big boss later on. There more? Feels like we're near the end. Maybe not. Nope. Must have went the wrong way. Hey, Magical Fails, how's it going? No. Uh-oh. That could have gone better. Yeah, I just have to let it be. He was running low on MP anyways. Yeah, could have just warped to town. They get their figures. And then we go back. Ugh. Excuse me. Okay, so remember going here at least. Okay, there's a save point here that'll help with markings. Ooh, got a ways to go to the next level, so just basically the high, new and basically end game levels. Oh, so enemies are just gonna regularly start dropping like 10k a piece. You know, that doesn't get anywhere. No idea how close I am. Okay, clearly I was here. That's not the way to go. This might not be a great battle. I'll try to run away with this one. Because of that, basically. Maybe you could manage. That's also great. That one's good. Yeah, we could do this then. They're ice. These ladies cast ice. Should probably have done this more often. Make things a little easier. Yeah, let's just reload there. So I don't have to go back and save some time. I'll try going there, because I'm just confusing myself. I is slowly winning, and is he winning in your games, Eckert? Like the Octopaths? And whatever else? I might possibly finish this tonight, but I feel like it's going to be a little screwy with the daylight savings. So I'd rather not be streaming at 3, but it's going to be suddenly from 2 to 3. And I hope you're doing good. Yeah, I did normal mode on it. It was fun. Suddenly a water dragon attacked. Surprise! Let's see how this works out. Probably for AoEs. Yes, it's going to eventually replace it once we get to the main boss. Not like that did much. I'm gonna go get up a little bit because I'm feeling sore. Standing mode activate. Okay. And let's just get the full health on them. Getting ever closer to the top. Big dungeon is pretty big. Alright, so... Wait, no, that's it. Oops. That's what I went to do. Run! We're gonna deal with a major boss. Where is it? Where is she? Alright. Hey. No, no, no. No enemies. Especially not a group like this. Alright, let's save state from here, right in front of him. Hey, friends. Yeah, now this theme. Yeah, look at this guy. And play it safe with the death guarding. I guess how Ferris also had it. No, you're cool. Yep, you have it too. Just in case of any instant death shenanigans. Maybe charge her up some more when we can. Where's Shane? Less so. He'd just be wailing now. Ow. Yeah, for good measure. No. Bad auto battle, bad. Don't know why it sometimes just kicks in like that, even when I'm just mashing A. I should probably save some MP just in case. Miss. Gotta love the misses. Wonder if that was AoE insta death. No bad Paris. Just save it for this. Fix it later. I should probably just save the MP a little bit, just in case. Yeah. I thought I remember it being taken a lot longer to kill. Maybe because it didn't power up as much, or I was a little under leveled. It's gonna start healing soon. Good old heal spams. Bonk. Okay, maybe not. That was faster than I remembered. Maybe the final boss also taken a while. Got him. I see what they did there, dynamic designs. Okay, they gotta incorporate some humor into the main story there. Darkness Arc Gift. Work here is done. I'm just looking at this. I remember, and I'm just rereading it on the guide, that there is a little side quest to do. Like, Cinderella's gonna be asleep, and then you go back to the fruit world and try to get it, and I'm just like, nah. I don't think I remember doing it. It was just kind of nothing special. Maybe just a little Chivo, but I didn't care enough about it. The prince is gonna remain a sad boy. Maybe we can just still talk to them. Star Prince, you're not gonna really fulfill that quest. I'd rather just be finishing the game at that point. But we'll just humor him. Or maybe if it ends up being really that fast enough, we'll just do it quick. We'll just navigate into that crow's nest dungeon, it seems like. What I quickly read. That was a lot more back and forth than that. Yeah, sure. Wait, it doesn't matter since we're gonna lose them anyways. Alright, we'll do the thing. So then I'll read it quick. It fits. Yahoo! Yippee! Whenever something else happens, we'll just do a quick check on them. Yeah, at least we'll just give them that happy end. Now she's Sleeping Beauty. Yeah, I completely forgot about it. I should have started like the stream a little earlier. Yeah, sorry, it's your fault. Yes, we're supposed to get sleeping powder, awakening powder for her, but we'll just ignore that quest. Let them have their happy ending. We don't know none the wiser. Let's see if we could finish this. Yes, we unlocked the last world, and it's pretty short. Yeah, I should talk to the statue. Okay. Let's see, is this? Alright, final dungeon time. Of course. Just ignore that. I should have save stated earlier. Not a great start there. Or if we could just go straight to the shrine. Alright, let me go sit down. Yeah, I don't think I use random strike. It's like, yeah, there's AoE, but it's not that strong. Wonder what's down all the way down there. Morbid curiosity. Oops, no. Shouldn't have that done that. Burning. Yeah, I should have fought that crab earlier. Let's see what it is. Okay. But yeah. A little tip of the scheme. Maybe, Miss, you can have it. Yeah. So that was not worth it at all. I should have checked much earlier, but I was being lazy. Let me just see. Okay, I was worried if I mixed up the auto for that. Hi. Grrr. Well, that's one down. Nowhere to warp to. Just to make sure I beat this a little faster. Let's see if I can beat it before daylight savings. Or barely after. I'm just looking from them. So confusing. Yeah. Boom. Okay, I have to go through a certain pathway. Hey Scott, how's it going? Welcome on into the Mystic Arc. Doing Final Dungeon. How's 16 going for you? And hey Dinub, welcome. Hope your stream went well, and welcome on in everyone. For those that don't know me, I'm Mr. GRPG. I played through all kinds of RPGs, both old and new. And right now, we're doing the final dungeon of this. Yeah, I liked 16 when I played it. It was kind of wild playing that game and Reverie back to back when it was first released. Yeah. There goes the instant death. It's supposed to be shortcut unlocked soon. Yeah. I should have started my stream earlier. Yeah, have a good night and good luck. Yeah, sure. Just gonna get that shortcut first at least. At least that's the AoE ability. Alright, so that unlocks a shortcut there. Just gonna go back and rest. I forgot the resting point in the other world. I totally completely forgot. Oh yeah, it's the same as Lux. Hey, level up. Much to 37 then. That's a ways to go. Probably not gonna happen. There's Rasheen again. I just can't remember where to heal. Maybe there's a bed upstairs I can interact with. Although I've always been resting in the other worlds. Do I fully heal when I'm here? No. It's kind of silly. Or maybe if there is, I just haven't figured it out. This has the closest, well, maybe not the closest healing spot, but just one I could just go to right away. If there is a way to rest in that bed in the other world, and and for some reason, it wasn't triggering for me. Maybe I have to talk to that statue multiple times. Maybe try. Maybe that was it. Nope. It's only a minor inconvenience, but still, I just wonder how you go heal for the final dungeon. Plus, there's a healing point later. Like, there's this place to save around here. There ain't no encounters here. Hmm. Okay. Hmm. Just to make sure. Just go up. Okay, not as bad as I thought. It's like, wait, I wasn't prepared. I just want to really just kind of rush through a little bit. Sure. Oop. The boss music. Sometimes, or they're just kind of higher tier enemies like an SMT, or rather Persona. You can just punch him hard. drop his guard. Almost dead. An evasion tank. Alright. Another done. Naja Raja. This room should be the final boss, actually. My pretties. Alright, last minute villain. Let's do this. We'll just do safety death guard as well. And power ourselves up. I remember this boss having like a lot of HP, but maybe I was under leveled at the time. Doing this for a bit. I do like this song as well. The soundtrack is just good. It just likes to miss. It'll just keep doing until the power gets low. miss. Yeah, this boss has a lot of HP. Gotta be a little conservative. And the missing doesn't help. A little conservative though. Hold on a little longer there. Maybe I should actually heal with Ferris. No. Yeah, I should do this for safety. My health would be better. Ow, ow, ow. Let's play it safe. I was gonna say, please no AoEs. This may hurt. Yep, final boss. A chunky final boss. Will I beat this before daylight savings? One way to find out. misses just hurt. Maybe we should add some speed. I think that might help. Yeah, at least we're halfway. Still nerve-wracking though. Just to be safe. Hopefully I can save those the heals. Wonder if it's gonna heal spam. Just to be safe. $180. Yeah, those misses hurt. Especially when it's a bit of a battle of attrition. Okay, do more of that, please. Oops, no. And I should play this safe here. Just in case. Getting close. Very close. safety heals. I thought boss heals spam heals. Maybe not. A little bit scary with the MP conservation, but we did it. GG's, there was only one form. Hmm? I am down, dot art I. Ugh. Hmm. There's the pretty goddess lady. Hmm. Mm-hmm. So you were just trying to give me a training montage for the boss? Hmm. Dun dun dun. And just in case of any crashes. Because, yeah. Dun dun dun. The last minute twists. You're you're the daughter of a goddess. Or son of a goddess if you were playing male. GG's, everyone. We did it. I wasn't 100% sure because I wasn't sure how long the Final Worlds was going to take me. Or how things are. I might overestimate or underestimate things, but things were just right. We'll start the new game tomorrow with 9 games left. 9 games left. Enjoy the ending. This is what's upcoming. Next, we're gonna do Super Ninja Boy, Culture Brain game. And then Super Ninja Boy 3, aka Super Chinese World 3. That's a fan translation. Enjoy this visual storytelling. Less is more. Back up, bud. Mm-hmm. And the end of it is almost near. Just in time, or, well, it's a bit late. We hit credits on this BPN. This seems to be alternate versions of the worlds we visited. Like, this is the Windland. And how's the Lord of the Rings? Did you win? Hope your stream went well. Tyson Reese, yeah, we're going through a little bit of a epilogue montage with each party member. Did you decide what's next? I was lurking earlier when you were streaming. Then I streamed, then you streamed again, and here you are. Interesting. I played very little of it. And there's Lux in the fourth world. My friends. My friend. Yep. This is the 7th Saga successor, a better 7th Saga. It still feels surreal with just 9 games left now. We'll start the next one tomorrow. Okay, and this is from the 3rd world. Come naughty kids. Yeah, 9 to go. Unless, you know, fan translations suddenly pop up. Which, if they do, I'd just rather be much later. I'd rather at least start the PlayStation era, and then we could just go back to SNES if there's just stuff popping in here and there. Not right at the goalpost. It's been the waterfalls, probably in the 7th world. What about me? Still getting there. Sounds like we're in the modern world. The end. Okay, let's just let me just mark down the times here, and let me just save up the splits right now, so it doesn't freeze on me in the last minute. Like, I don't want it to be freezing during the review, so let me just update these, just to be on the safe side, and we'll just get into review mode. So just give me a minute with that. Alright, let's lay out the music. There we go. So we finished this on, man, been a while, huh? Because of Horizon and other stuff, and the Streamversary, and plus this is not a short game. Yeah, it just felt like it took a lot longer to get to it. 5 hours, 34. No. I was looking at the time. I was looking at the stream time. 30 minutes, 20 seconds, and 20 minutes and 16 seconds. Yeah, so we did it. Story was fine. Like, it's one of those stories where, yeah, this is not a character-driven story. It's much more of an interesting concept and how the worlds are and stuff. So it's just much more of a world-oriented story, and that's where, like, a lot of the interest lies. Like, the premise is kind of unique of, hey, there's these 7 characters who got, who get hunted down by this weird obelisk thing and getting turned into figurines. Main character Ferris, or the male character, just ends up being the one who's able to be free, and then travels to other worlds to just try to pick up the arcs and try to get back to their world, and manage to free the others in the process. The fun part of it is just because you're visiting very distinctive worlds, there's always something kind of interesting to look forward to of what kind of worlds or gimmicks or quirks that you're going to be going through next. Like, first world was just dealing with a bunch of talking cats, and they have these ships, and they're at war with each other for millennia, and dealing with that. Second world, which is probably my favorite in terms of concept, is they live in these giant fruits and can eat these fruits to just also feed themselves and have enough fun. Third world was just a bunch of orphans. Fourth world was the gimmick of a world without sound and without color. Yeah. And then he replies, we're born into a modern world, yeah. Or we're just we didn't even see where we were exactly. We were in some random cave when we got captured. So that's just for interpretation. And yeah, there is some plot going on and stuff. There's that last minute twist of the exposition that of, hey, there's this boss that just kind of was out of nowhere, but it turned out to be our evil side, which, and the goddess that created these worlds is our mom and wanted to test us to be stronger for whatever reason. So that's just kind of a very whatever thing. But I like the concept of it. I like the idea of just the different worlds we visited and all that fun stuff. So I gave it a 4, and it's not because the story is actually good. It just feels like it's just conceptually interesting. So that's a difference right here, and I'll just see to that, and I'll just maybe leave people wondering, it's like, why is this a 4 out of 5? There's no story in this. Well, gotta watch the VOD or reviewer to find out, or ask. Music, this very solid soundtrack, like good variety of battle themes, which I always appreciate when you're going through it, and just the music is just solid and enjoyable and memorable all around. Sometimes it feels a little bit repetitive, mainly the town themes, but that's always a struggle with me in the RPGs, where I feel like I just heard a lot of the same town themes in the later half of the game. Like you hear in the fairy world and a lot of the other worlds. Like, let me see. Let me just bring this out. No. Like, let's see if I can find them. Just to match with the case, but still, the music is good. No, not this. Okay, not this one. That's the castle theme from World 7. No. It's the very SMTS soundtrack. Okay, but anyways, yeah, I like the music in this, and also has some good ambience to it. Like, it's basically a part horror game when you got music like this in into the mix, where you just adds to the ambience of it all. Or this. Yeah, this too as well. Like, a lot of catchy battle themes, you got some good ambience, there's just good variety of tunes. So I think it's just a very solid soundtrack, even many my minor gripes. Like, this is a great battle theme right here. We'll just leave it at that. So, overall, I think it's a 5 out of 5. So let's leave it at that. And graphically, the graphics are also good in this game. It does have that pseudo 3D-esque style to it that you see in the battle themes, which I feel like doesn't age that well to me. So it could just feel like a little bit dull in colorings, but I also appreciate the amount of enemy sprite varieties. Some just reused from 7 Saga, but that's a big whatever. There's no crime in doing that. It's just a bonus thing. There's plenty of new stuff and visuals and all that things. Environments, areas are okay, and yeah, I think just strong sprite work, though it just didn't age that well in my opinion. Some cool effects as well, but also kind of straightforward. But still presentable. A lot of nice visuals, some nice UI, some nice presentation. I still think it's a solid visually, but just not that great or amazing or stuff like that. So I still think it's a 4, but I still think it's a very solid looking game. And the gameplay is overall good too. Like, it's part, it's mainly a turn-based RPG. It's also part, text adventure, like part adventure, part puzzle game. Though I feel like the puzzle and adventure aspects of it just kind of, it kind of waned a little bit in the later half, where you don't even have any puzzles anymore in the late game, but there's still some kind of puzzle elements, some that are pretty obtuse, especially with progression. And battles are solid overall, maybe a bit slow, and that's partly just with the way I played, because magic feels pretty weak. You burn through your MP fast. It could be a little grindy, especially in the beginning when you have very few party members, but still solid overall. It's still a solid game, and I appreciate them just kind of mixing things up. And I do kind of respect also the game control a little bit, where some of the dungeons and doing some tough puzzles and just rewards you with nothing. But it's like, yeah, congratulations on beating the puzzle. What, you want nothing? You get nothing out of it. And there was the whole witch tower in the first world where they just keep doing traps and you just keep falling into traps and being like, and the witch is just kind of taunting you with that. So that's kind of like, yeah, can respect the trolling there. And yeah, so there's a lot of good elements to it. I just feel like there's some other problems though. Like the backtracking feels a bit heavy. Like it's not so much that the backtracking is long or tedious, there's just a lot of it where you just keep going to the same thing, places, back and forth, back and forth. Like if it's like a 2-minute backtracking, they do the 2-minute backtracking like 10 times or 15 times, it feels like. Sometimes less so, like in the fifth world, there wasn't really much of that per se, except me dying a lot, which is another thing where in the later half of the game, I just feel like the enemies got a little HP spongy and have some little nasty tricks with the whole insta-death thing, where if your party members died, that's not the main character. You have to go back to the previous world, pick up their figurines, and go back, which makes sense thematically, but it could still be kind of a drag to it. But I can at least appreciate the thematics, even if it's not the best mechanically. So it just made the battles feel like more of a drag. And also world-wise, I feel like the later worlds were a little less interesting, which I think maybe just kind of like, okay, the novelty sort of wore off. I just want to kind of get through, but I like the first 4 worlds more than the last three worlds, for sure. You know, like the 5th and 7th world in particular was just kind of like, it's kind of whatever. The 6th world doesn't really count because it's just basically a bona fide big horror puzzle game, which I did like that world for the puzzle aspect of it, so I gotta give it credit there. 7th world was just kind of like, yeah, just kind of a little tediums and a little obnoxiousness, and I just didn't care to do that little side quest of just kind of waking up Cinderella from her eternal slumber, so it just kind of like, So there are just elements of it that kind of feels like a drag to it. So it's a 4 out of 5. And that's where I ultimately stand on it. I think it's a very interesting thing. I think it's a very good game. But it's like a very high 4, not really a 5 out of 5. Like it can feel like a little drag of a time. And it overstayed its welcome to me, so it's a 4. Still a good game though, very solid game. I like Brainlord the most of all, but it's just a very different vibe to it than the other two. It's still a better 7th Saga for sure. And that's probably gonna be the closing comments. Let's just go with this. I was thinking in my head. That's also a horror game. Like, it really does feel like the game has its horror elements. Like, it's partially a horror game with the way it just kind of it showcases the creepiness of the games and some of the things you deal with in the music. So I'm gonna leave it at that as a closing comment. So tomorrow we'll do the Super Ninja Boy, which is the first game of the Chinese World Series, which this and the third game were never released in the West, so they just went by the JP name. This is their localized name. Second game was rough. Like, it's a rough, janky game, and I'm a little nervous about this one. And which could be worse. Maybe it's a little better and it's a worse sequel. And we'll see how the third one goes. So yeah, that is all. And just a few minutes before we're going to be jumping another hour, so good timing. Thank you everyone for the hangout. Let me see who's around to raid. With the bother. I haven't raided so far in a while. Who's doing South Park Stick of Truth? Okay, he had hit credits, so never mind. Never mind that. Snesterday, maybe? Yeah, looks like Snesterday is in the middle of his Grandia 2 run, so let's go raid him, and I haven't also raided him in a while, so let's go bother him. So next time, everyone, take care. So, yeah. Bye-bye.